I'm here. You had to pry my cold, dead hands off of Stardew Valley, but I'm here. How's everyone doing today? I'm dead inside, per usual. And the title is right. If Maya dies during today's stream, then I will not be playing Ace 3. And you can mark my words on that one. Because she's my favorite character and I don't want her to die. Alright, let's just get into it, shall we? Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman can do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Yeah, that took me a second to remember what was happening. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed, well, let's get going. Oh my god, it's him! This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney, the day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Grr. For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial, which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who is that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss von Einsburn? I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor, please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor von Einsburn has... This morning, Miss von Einsburn was shot! Oh my god! By an unknown gunman. What? Shot? Somehow, I think this is the present that man was talking about. Oh! Sorry, that's my bullshit detector. His present. Miss von Einsburn is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss von Einsburn, is she alright? I don't have that answer. She's alive and in stable condition. That's good. Yeah! He's here! Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska von Einsburn cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready. Naturally. Miss von Einsburn was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt on guard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right? I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. Welcome back, bro. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Hey, buddy. Buddy, old pal. Witness your name and occupation. My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. for now. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Detective. Aw, poor guy. Prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. I can't read. Facets? Factits? Factoids? Faucets. Hi, Fig. Faucets. Oh, faucets. Is that not what I said? Hi, Fig. Fa as in... Oh. Family. Facets. Facets. Okay, I got it. The murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. Fig, I actually had something to tell you last night, but you never came back to the call, so I'm going to tell you now, okay? And I want you to be proud of me, okay? I made it to fishing level 5 on day 4, and I made it to level 40 of the mines on day 9. And Matt was crying the whole time. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. How was your co-op experience? We weren't able to get into co-op. First, he had to build a cabin. And then second, we couldn't get it to work. And then third, when we finally did get it to work, I joined and then it crashed. Or at least his crashed, I think. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. Also, PlayStation is holding a free multiplayer weekend. I'll make it work next time we play so you guys know what to do. Alright, sounds good. PlayStation is having a free multiplayer weekend, so, maybe you and I could play on the PlayStation. This weekend, my cousin is visiting. Not sure how much time I have, but I'll try. All right, I'll see. Apparently, I found out that all of my my entire friend group has played Stardew Valley, and I was like, God damn, why didn't you guys tell me? So I might end up playing with some of them. I know my one friend who made the new Junko emote. She plays on PlayStation, so I'll see if I can join her or something like that. After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their rooms, sir. I see. Mr. A, you may begin your cross-examination. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. and then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with your testimony, detective. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Angard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. Stop. Okay, I think the judge needs a horny bonk. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Angard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see, and that's when she found the victim's body. The cause of death, wasn't that because Mr. Kurita was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur. Spider-Man was good? Yes, so I heard. I saw your message in my chat. Sometimes I don't remember which chat you're talking in. I think Frank is here. Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now a real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana. Oh, banana. His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. So much fan service? Oh boy. Hi. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here. And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. For fuck's sake. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that? We thought of that too, but... The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? I see. Ah, so much for my theory then. Alright, what makes you say that? What convinced you that it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corrida, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel? That's kind of weird. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all. I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana.
Excuse me?
What?
Edgeworth is back on the stand?
Yes.
What the hell happened to what's-her-face?
She got shot.
She dead?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She's not dead. She's just in surgery getting the bullet removed from her shoulder. I hope it's the same shoulder that her dad got a bullet lodged in. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife.
She liked her.
Hmm?
Thought you liked her.
I do like her, but I like Chadworth more. Look at this man.
I like how he was helping you and then proceeded to.
Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Wow, that's crazy. That's almost like it's a storytelling technique. Wow! Speaking of story, exclamation point story. Story.
Is your mom awake?
Yes. Alright, you go talk to my mom.
I need to know about what Kate said.
Yes, sir. Yeah, she's in her room playing Animal Crossing.
Maybe I shall leave her alone till she walks up.
Dude, you're fine.
And also, I've had such a long day.
Matt on guard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other. Don't get any ideas, Frank! They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's a motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Onguard's Hakaba. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. Hi, Cloudy Mushroom. How you doing today? The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. You're well? That's good. I'm praying that Maya doesn't die. I don't want her to die. So we have to finish this case.
Yeah, because we gotta play the next couple games and it's not gonna be fun without her.
I don't know if you read the title of my stream today.
I did.
Yeah. Later, me and my mom are getting boba. Nice. So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. Mm,
When you were ordering your booster, did you need your health card?
yes.
Ah, great.
Do you not have a health card?
Lost it.
What do you mean you lost your health card?
I haven't found it in a while.
What do you mean you lost your only means of getting free healthcare in this country?
Listen to me. I had it, and then the house was deep cleaned by by a friend.
Got your tab open, lovely? Thank you. Thank you, Tiny Quacks. That's very nice of you.
It's all a misunderstanding.
It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding.
We're gonna
Frank lost his health card, so now he can't get his COVID vaccine.
so I won't be here for Christmas.
Nah, you'll still come over for Crimbus.
No.
Or I'll ask my dad. Oh, while I've got people here, I actually wanted to talk about this. So, I have this thing where, because my parents are separated during the winter holidays, I'll spend a week with my dad and I'll Phoenix Wright is all right, am I right? Ah ha ha ha. So I'll spend a week at my dad's and I spend another week at my mom's.
そんな日に高ぶるわ
Two Christmases Pog.
Yes. So the problem being that I won't have any of my setup over at my dad's house. So I was thinking if it's all right with you guys, I take that week off to like, catch up on editing, get some videos out for you guys, and then we'll come back and we'll do like a bunch of fun streams the weekend I'm at my mom's place. So that's what I was thinking. Take the week off. I think we're spending
はいはい
Wish my parents were divorced so I would also not celebrate Christmas twice since we're not Christian.
No, Star, you have to stream every single day. Shut up, Nick. How many days off have you been taking? Maybe. Take the week off? All right, that's what I was thinking. Because if I take the week off, I can get some videos out for you guys. Get maybe the Danganronpa 2 highlights out, the Ultra Despair Girls highlights out, and I can probably get a lot of V3 worked on. And then once those are out, then I can start working on Ace 1. I can start working on some Stardew highlights.
Oh god, the Stardew highlights.
As many as I want because I am the streamer and I decide when I stream. Okay, so I'm a streamer and I decide when I stream, and I think I've earned a week off.
And if you're fake, you decide you're gonna stream and then you're gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, and then you're Fig and you stream, but then you just take a 2 hour nap in the middle of your stream. By the way, Fig, I wanted to ask you, your Discord name is Classic Fig 2, but I want to know what happened to Classic Fig 1. Anyways, so that's what I'm thinking. The week that I'm spending with my dad, you don't want to know, trust me. So the week that I'm spending with my dad, I think I'm going to take off and do a bunch of editing, get some videos up for you guys. I think that's what we're gonna do. Which means no starting for me.
What do you mean? Just play on the new game you got last night.
Oh, you mean the one where I got to level 40 on the mines? Give me a sec, I gotta plug my laptop
Give
in.
me a second, I need to cry. Dang, she beat me with the span of a fucking couple hours.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
I've been playing for 3 days.
So that's the plan for the next couple of weeks. I don't remember which week I'm spending at my dad's, but that week I'll be taking off, and you'll know if you're in the Discord because I will send out a notification saying, "Hey guys, I'm taking the next week off. I'm sorry."
Ooh, Pog, that week you could also do some Stardew Valley with me. And Fig.
No, because I have to edit.
But
No, because I have to edit.
But
No, because I have to edit.
But-
No,
but Stardew.
no, I have to edit, dude.
But Stardew.
Better get used
You're still gonna talk to
to
me, right?
Stardew Anonymous. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you, but I also have to edit, you know.
I'll try to be quiet as possible.
Oh, you're usually very quiet. Thanks. And then there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood. Yes. And we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What? We're getting a lot of evidence today. Look at all this evidence!
The fact that how much of this has come from just the trial alone?
Just these three.
Man, there's a lot of evidence that's been withheld.
I started the
from
Stardew
defense.
pandemic. Everyone is infected now.
Isn't that illegal?
Yeah, fucking Hellfig. I'm lurking now, going to watch scammers get destroyed. Alright, have fun, Nick. Exclamation point lurk. All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Keith Buga? What?
So,
Yeah, ready to give in yet, right?
I have a question.
What?
Did we find out why he left?
No. I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you like, just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Ah. But in terms of popularity, Mr. Angard won, did he not? Yeah. But you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corrido was always one step behind Mr. Angard and everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corrido lost in the Grand Prix in the end. That's too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
So, what I can't figure out is what. Oh, I love that pose, by the way. What motive does he have to kill him? Really?
Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Angard was beating Mr. Corrida in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means that he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not, well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have no motive. Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired. Aww. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I look forward to your pension negotiations. No!
Gumshoe get fired.
Yeah, I know you don't watch my Ace streams, but...
I'm trying now.
No, you're not. You're distracting me.
I've been watching this.
Yeah, but you've also been, like, talking, and it's distracting. Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed. Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Gem and Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir! Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously, and that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match. Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal. Irk. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corrida, and then we did a search on them all. That's when we found this button. So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? How were the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. Y'all suck. I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then? No. There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal, this isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. What? What? What's up, Fig? What happened? Chat, give 2 chicken names, please. Oh, chicken names. Okay, one needs to be named Tiffany. And Frank's is Chickadee. Chickadee. Phoenix. Yes. There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. A button covered in victim's blood and a knife with on-guard's fingerprints. Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in the testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? Well,
This really takes away from her death in the first game. It was emotional when she just
alright, I got that right. Wait a second! What? So the basis of your argument is that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. Oh, that's fake. Never mind. You're talking to Fig, not me. Huh? It has Gatewater seal into the handle. Gatewater? I think I heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel, the Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is very big. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this. But I didn't. Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? The kitchen. Why, it's obvious it came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table. The knife. There is a knife and a fork on the table. Oh. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. Especially what was on top of its table. There's no knife. There's something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt on guard's knife was missing. Mr. on guard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder. No. Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction. Seems like Edgeworth has this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of Your Honor's time, although I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court. Evidence not yet shown. It means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well, Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that gavel of his will be ringing out the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to the court? Do I?
He didn't die from the knife, I thought.
He didn't. He got strangled with the bandana.
So the knife wasn't the murder weapon, so it wouldn't have been premeditated with the knife.
Oh yeah, we literally just talked about that.
Yeah, it's not premeditated if it was that wasn't the cause of death.
Fig, do I have anything to present here or nah? Hold on. Okay, thanks, buddy. I'm gonna drink. I'm gonna drink this tomato juice. Do I have anything to present to the court? No, it has to be something the court hasn't seen yet. Yes, it was presented earlier on in the trial. Show evidence once. Alright.
How did you prove that? Wait, how did you find out that it was a strangulation?
Suicide reports. Nope. Show crime scene photo? Really? Oh, show me. Okay. Here you go, buddy. Maybe he was going to drink it.
That tomato juice is disgusting.
So would it be the wine glass then, or? There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here. If I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us. Oh my god.
Dead.
Now then, what is it that is important evidence you must show to the court? I'm very afraid.
Hey, please. Hey, please. Say it.
Oh!
It.
This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. Holy shit. Oh my god, this scene is a mess because the victim struggled against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor, and these were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with anything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Ah, well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion, because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place by the person who discovered the body, and Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? No? I'm gonna say no to this one. Because that was his glass. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. Just might fall for it. If you're thought-provoking enough, alright, thanks. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to
God.
support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, right? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one. Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews. What?
Hold on. You're what?
That is why I said that the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Grr, I can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Carita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now you see, Mr. Wright. You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. Grr. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out I will show you the answer I have come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? He's helping us, obviously. Oh my god, she's here. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Gotcha! Grr. I wonder what happened to that calm composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet, it was that wicked witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do, so today I'm going to tell you anything and everything, even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps. Yes, madam. No, please, by all means, interrupt her, please.
I love that he's like, please God help me.
Anyway, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is that correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man. Juan Carita. But those two were the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well, please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo.
You're like not ending when he could have. Fuck that shit.
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, mad on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. On Guard came out from the victim's room. See, it has to be him. He's the murderer. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. What you witnessed, what I witnessed. Ooh-hoo. Ooh, poo 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 poo. Miss
Just going, "Woo-hoo, stop!"
Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show, but I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lean-headed samurai show. Heh, I even took out a few of the nails. Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? Something you were interested in, and just what was that? It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. Oh, and Edgy Poo, of course. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it append to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it right now. And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time? Would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Corita's room? I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who couldn't pay attention in class. So that's why, ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am. Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? Who in the world was that? I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was... Yes, he was... Ah, I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud. Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now. Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyways. You saw my client, are you sure about that? Yesy. Really? Annoying brat, when I say I saw someone, I saw that person. Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Let's go with the person's clothes. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in a bit more detail. Oh, what troublesome man you are, really, as if something like that matters. But it does. Now, what was it? Oh, yeah, it was that thing. What thing? That gaudy thing he's always wearing, that racing jacket. Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center, too. The thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Huh, men. Right. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor. No, it wasn't. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of the testimony was important? Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony. I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness, please. Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must... Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket? What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. Sure he was wearing it. Oh my god! Ugh. Why do I keep yawning? She's so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there. But I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us, really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Nope, that's not it. Okay. Alright, I'm waiting. But isn't he already wearing it? Like, that's the jacket, right? Oh, I have to show the button? Oh, okay. This old bag. What? Don't say my name for no reason. Do you know what this is? Ah! It's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume! Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance. Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this! Wow, she really is a diehard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full body search. See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of doubt it was that rascal Ungard. It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai hakama pants. See? See? And Ungard is the nickel samurai. Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket? Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then but instead I have to put up with this ridiculous looking outfit. You agree this outfit is hideous, right? I got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. Let me tell you, it's heavy, so heavy. I wish I could have switched CDs ages ago, but I keep the dream alive. There's kids out there working a smile on my face, understand? Take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a tip from... Hold your tongue there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the nickel samurai. But when you think about it, they're really one and the same, actually. Did you look at it on mobile? Yeah, everything looks longer on mobile. Soulbag, this is a very important point that we're talking about. Edgy Poo, do you think so too? Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist. I should be the one sighing, not you. On guard, on guard. Yes, now I remember. Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. Poor Juan. Oh, yes. It's trial 3 all over again, isn't it? I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume. What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things. But the possibility does exist. Ah, youngins today, I told you there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth. At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was a year ago. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Would you please get on with your testimony? Huh. Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that steak with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs. Please don't do that. A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai. She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears. Yeah, thanks for telling me that. Actually, I think I knew that because I was looking at the trophies and one of them was get the bad ending, so... Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you be good and just stick to the facts. Okay! You promise, right? Fig, do you mind letting me know when the good and the bad ending split is? Right, I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. I'd rather Fig do it because he's played the game before. Nickel Samurai, that's right, the Nickel Samurai. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago you said he was wearing his racing jacket and now he's not. Not too long ago. And let me ask you this, when you were itty bitty, what was your grand dream? Huh? What did you want to be when you grew up? Whippersnapper? My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be a judge whacker, hero of the public's court. So what? See? And look where you are now. You're not Judge Whacker, are you? Well, what I said earlier, who puts any weight into things like that? The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past. Oh my god. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies? All that matters is the man was inside the costume. Isn't that enough? No. Judge Whacker! Had a trophy. And why would that be? That way, no one could see his face, of course, but there's still no advantage for him that I could see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more. You are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say. Isn't that what you're always doing to me? I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing, and that included the Jammin' Ninja. Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyway. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai? As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning? Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one. There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. Question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. It's it's the autopsy, right? I want to say it's the autopsy. Maybe? Nope, that's not it. If he was in his costume, then how would the knife have his fingerprints? Is that it? Yeah, that is it. Please take a look at this. Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work. It looks like a butter knife. No, that's not my intention at all. That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct? Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case? You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I'm driving at. What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? If Mr. On Guard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, that is impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. Oh, that's right. The nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he? He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There's no way he would do something like that. However, there's one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility! It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the nickel samurai, and at that time the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I have heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? Yeah. So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Yeah, there's a contradiction because they said that it was premeditated. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for an argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. What? point at one piece of least value, such vigor. Jerry or you. Okay, that wasn't it. I'm gonna load. Think about it one more time. I think I need a little more time on this one, so let me get this straight. Edgeworth theory. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? Going on mute to listen to some music and work. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Ping me if you need help. Alright, no problems, dude. Shh. I'm just gonna say there are no problems. See where that gets me. I can't see any real problems with this theory. If you let Edgeworth theory, then we're a very large step closer to a guilty verdict. Looked at the core record and yeah, okay. Alright. So I have to say there's a contradiction. So I got that right. This theory contradicts something. What are you babbling about? For argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Engard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's possible for the killer to go into the victim's room without an intent. But what was the intent? Adrian, maybe? No. That's what I just did. Maybe the dead manager? The dead manager? So what, the suicide report? Yeah, but he didn't have any connection to Celeste impacts. Yeah. No, he didn't. No. Was Andrew's mentor and Karita's manager. I'm gonna save here. Engard went to the victim's room. Not intending to kill, why'd he have a knife? And if he went with the knife in costume, how does Prince get on there? Okay, so we already knew that. We already did the knife having his prints with the costume on. What? Oh, for feck's sake. This this knife, this was used by Mr. Engard at dinner. Yes, we did establish that, which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. And one more thing, if the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't have been all over like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us. Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing? It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. To frame? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the same witness saw the nickel samurai in costume, and if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Grrr! Witness! Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo? I like the new Edgeworth. He came back all grown up, right? Witness, did you or did you not really see the nickel samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but... Yeah, this is why I wanted you to talk to her in her room, so you didn't distract me while I'm trying to read. Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the nickel samurai, his character on TV? But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the nickel samurai, that's for sure. She wasn't waiting for the nickel samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? Huh, that's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida, am I correct, witness? Ha ha ha. That way, the way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of? So Oldbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida. Maybe Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person. So I think it is me is hinting at it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting around for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Who is this person? This is Adrian Andrew, Mr. On Guard's manager. But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room? It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Oh, I see. Judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing. Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. Huh. Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you? Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this, however, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins. I'm sure we're all capable of handling this, really. It's not like we're 10 years old. That On Guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret. You got that? Nobody else but you and me know, okay?
What?
The defendant said his manager? What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant? Never heard that one before. Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is, in fact, baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim. So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Be careful, the old bag seems rather excited right now. That's right, on guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth. Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Oh, I wanted to press, not present. Can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander. How dare you slander my client? But it's true. That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss AA. The name of the magazine this came from is Gossipland. What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? Huh, what do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that? Anyway, on guard will never get me to say touche. A scandal? What do you mean by that? You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much. Well, that on guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity. You don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did any such thing. You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right. You're right. I can't do anything. But boy, do I wish I could do something about you. Alright then, Sonny, show me what you got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan? Maybe? Not at this moment, I can't. I don't have anything to offer. See, just as I thought, and you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You just giving me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want. Silly boy. Me and my big mouth. That's the way the cookie crumbles for you, anyway. So what do you mean by I took action? Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need. You were going to teach her a good lesson? I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this! Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta! No, stop! Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over. Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this is secret information? Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out. How in the world did that old bat get such a secret piece of information? If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got the secret information, you won't get to go home today. Edgy Poo, what are you doing? Help me! No, what do I have to do with this? Just do this for me, you'll get your reward. Huh, I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me with much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up from inside the witness's head. And he lectures me about reckless babbling? As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning. Where did Old Bag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. I don't think I heard anything really out of the ordinary. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. Yes. Don't have any proof. You're suffering from shock, and now you can't do anything. Alright, show me what you got. Can you prove it? I'm gonna certainly try. I'm not going to let you push me around that easily. Heh, there's many a man who said that exact words and paid dearly for them. You should brace yourself this time. Here's my proof that Mr. Ungard did not hold any ill will toward the victim. Is that it? You can take it from your edgy boo. Nah, what are you handing it to me for? So you can give that jagged-headed baboon boy a message from me, please. Tell him that no matter what he does, the only thing he's good at is failing. What she said, right? Or should I say baboon boy?
He just wanted to call you Baboon Boy. He didn't want to
Oh
insult
my god, the judge called me baboon boy as well.
I'm an attorney.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer.
Alright, you have the thing open. Can you tell me what I'm supposed to present here? Oh my god, Frank. Yeah, I actually don't think that I'm supposed to be doing this one. I don't think I have to present anything here. There's probably nothing that I can present there anyways. But I think I know what to present here. Ah, okay, that wasn't it. Your Honor, the statement contradicts this evidence. No, it doesn't, you fool. Okay.
Oh,
On this one? Really? Well, I knew it was Lada's camera. I guess I just presented it on the wrong one. No, that's... One, two, three, 4, 5. Wait. What? I'm a busy woman. Secure information. That's true, then how do you know? Huh? Oh, so yes. It's a secret. Even when you drill a hole, you'll never find out. Ah! So no one else is supposed to know the secret information. If that's true, then why do you know about it, Miss Oldbag? Why are you even looking at me like that? Stop that. Witness. I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself. She reported such a thing. On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews. What? Outrageous ideas, you say? No, I said impressions. Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless? Ah, that's it. That's the note. Ah. Ah, no, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy. I don't think so. Then you the one who took Miss Hart's note? I'm a huge fan of Juan, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper, she's working with that evil On Guard. She said it to her so herself. On Guard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she'd written. Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before. You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage of wine. Oh, that was a sick burn. Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook this just once. No, she took the camera. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No. She stole the camera! If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct? Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from that terrible lonely trash can, that's all. You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it. Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again? Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note was the only thing you stole that night. You stole the camera, too. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it? A camera? Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweetie, $1,600 camera disappeared on me. Why, witness! What is it, Gramps? If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera, too. Grrr. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for? Ah, that's... What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you, I still fall in love, and I borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. No, it's really not. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you, that's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo itself, but does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. On Guard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant, Mr. Matt On Guard. How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client? No. If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. This photo that Lada took, there's... Oh my god. Something strange with it. I don't know what, but there's definitely something strange. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree that there's nothing strange with this photo. There's no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct? Oh my god. Alright. Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Alright, I guess we're saving again. Where in the heck did this photo come from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take good shots, especially when it counts? Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange? Is he not coming out of his own room? Yeah, No, he's coming out of his own room. Strange thing is somewhere around here, I think. Somewhere around here, I think. Am I seeing something you all are not? Yeah, apparently. No, I swear to God, I'm not drunk. No, I'm not looking at him. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. That's his room.
I get it.
No, wait, is it?
It's not.
There's...
You can't tell by the labels.
Hold on. So if we're looking this way, then yeah, that is Kurita's room. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Look at it clearly. I can see it right now. Something looks really strange in the photo. I can see it.
Have fun. Oh, you're cheating. You're looking it up.
But I can I don't even need to know exactly what it is to know it's strange. I can really see it.
Oh, his dick.
No. It's
Oh.
not gonna make
Oh, unlike me.
close.
I don't know what I'm looking for.
I'll just say in the vicinity, it's him. That's all you need to know before you need to click. It's on him.
Click on his magnum horse cock. Oh my god, wait, where's the knife? No, wait, if he's coming out of Juan's room, then he already used the knife. Yeah, I could use a little bit more hints here, honey.
I'll give you an example. Let's see. In the original picture of the samurai, the socks are showing.
Are they? I can't. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here. His magnum cock. What are you pointing to? His ankles? If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? Ah, it's someone shorter. Costumes person in this photo cannot have been Mr. On Guard. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at this Nickel Samurai poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Can you go smack my cat? Huh? What is... You need to be a little bit faster than that, hun. Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
I said don't look at it.
He doesn't feel under attack. Then I haven't changed his case at all. Or damaged, sorry. Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not mad on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this. What?
The perpetrator appears.
She does. Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you've proven that the person inside this costume is not mad on guard. You coming to lay? Yeah? Anywhere except the keyboard, honey. In that case, who is this a photo of? Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Kiwi, who is it? Give me your knowledge. Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm? Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who's the person inside this photograph? Well, the only person it could be is Adrian Andrews. You've got your bag on her chair. No wonder she's upset. Adrian Andrews? If you want to know who that Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than this woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Enguard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Engard that night. And how does that all add up? It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Engard's fingerprints all over it. The knife that was used as the murder weapon. Why don't you just say what it is you want, right? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. I have to unplug my laptop. Dude, move your bag. Look at her. She just wants to sit on her chair. There you go, Kiwi. Hi, babe. Hi. Yeah, it's okay. After this now, it's my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime. Order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. How the fuck do you know these words? What, you gonna become a lawyer?
Well, I watched a lot of stuff for British US.
A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony. Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Ah! Maya! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya... Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court. Raise an objection! Sir, my waifu has been kidnapped! We need to finish this today! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today. I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she's not... I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial. Fucking Edgeworth, dude! What a bro!
Yeah, he fucking knows.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. Tisk tisk. Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor. And what do you mean by that? That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan, even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What?
Right, he knew. He was trying to help you, I think.
Yeah. Was the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby.
Motherfucker brought her here already.
She's the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? All according to Keikaku. Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Looks like the battle is far from over. Exactly. Very well, I will go along with this. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Edgeworth, my man, he's saving me. More like saving Maya.
See, I can help you when it comes to the split. Because I got it right here.
Oh, okay.
Now the real question is, I'll tell you, not the real question, I'll tell you the same.
Okay.
So, do you want to get the bad ending?
Yeah, I want to get the bad ending. It's an achievement. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife used during dinner, well, was her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She had her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, oh my god, will you please get out of the child's body? This is so creepy.
It's making me uncomfortable.
You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right? Yeah, makes sense. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impact's as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
So she's taking control of the kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, Maya could be
Yeah.
So
Maybe?
that feels weird and gross.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court, Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carita's room. Mm-hmm. Why? You could plug your laptop into the orange cord. Yeah, Frank has a walkthrough open in case I get stuck. I'm just thinking right now. I'm thinking of that card. So, the card was given to her. And the card was also found in the cellar that Maya is being kept in. So is D Killer the one behind all this? I don't get it. Who is D Killer? What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt on guard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah?
De killer is not de killer.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. Also, Fig, we're gonna get the bad ending because it's a trophy, so I want to get it. Matt's gonna tell me when to save, or you could tell me when to save. Either one works. Did you leave your charger at home? You're miles and miles away from the split? Great. Get through the trial first. I'll tell you when it happens if it comes today. Oh my god, wait, there's more. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'll just say this.
No, just don't say it. Just don't say it. I have no idea what you mean. I've never heard of Gossip Land. By the way, I'm taking a half day at 2 p.m. So if you want a Discord call, I can. Alright, sounds good, buddy. Do you want to play Stardew later? I'm not sure when my break is either. I will ask Aiden when he gets home when we're gonna be at Dad's house. And when we go over, I'm gonna be doing... I'll leave the drink at 5, be back at 7 in time for Jackbox. Oh yeah, Jackbox is tonight, huh? Yeah, you can. You can. You'll be sitting right here. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyways, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relationship to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. I was aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was it bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. Oh, don't remind me of fishing, dude. I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that, except for Phoenix. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well, let's go along with this. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that time, I went to Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. You poured yourself a glass of juice? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of the crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer, and she has brains to match. Yeah, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing. She's the type of woman who's easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack her when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Oh, boy. And what was Mr. Ongar doing at the time? Fucking sleeping. He was taking a nap. Hmm. I know. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ongar did say he was taking a nap, then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you... Right? I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct the sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ongar's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. And why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes, so the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. Maybe we continue. Witness, what did you see when you got into his room? Alright, welcome back, Figgy. You were in shock. Oh, so shook. Sorry, stretching. What, was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person. Despite how close they were, I doubt she would have romantic feelings for Mr. Corita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. And the guitar case was like this too? Yes, and it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? Juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There was no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corita, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself a glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was completely blank at that time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think it was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal in your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. Chadworth. What kind of flower vase was it? Does that really matter? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I have to. For Maya's sake. For Maya! Mind giving me a hint there, buddy?
It's in that picture.
It's in the picture.
The thing you need to present.
Oh. The case is open.
Yeah. I mean, there's two things you could do. But case, but you could have done the crime photo too.
Oh. Testified that you knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with that? What I said? It's not some problem. It's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that is exactly what's so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, in the crime scene photo, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. That's very true. Furthermore, there's one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor, and what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Ah. What is your point, Wright? The case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio and has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, does it? It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make her testify.
Okay, I didn't need to say.
Of course you didn't need to say anything.
There are two ways you could have done that. You
Oh.
could have done it that way. But the other way is, and I'll just say it, because you're not doing it.
Ugh.
Using the letter B makes the plan one disruptive. The judge is facing as well, at least we don't know what's going on. But
The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Heh, I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. Can't believe I'm doing this either, but I'm doing it for Maya. Alright, I'll follow along for now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic? An convenient escape for a weak man.
what are you fucking?
Got him. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see, are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. Goat name, please? Oh god, what's a good name for a goat?
Satan himself.
Don't call the goat Satan.
Seen Goat Simulator?
Fine, call him Satan. So, you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Going with Billy for the first one? Oh, that one's such a good name. Yep. Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was in a daze. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on topic... Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. Sorry. I just like to press everything. I'm sorry. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. Stop reading my mind!
I'm not gonna tell you what to present, but you can present on statement 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to be as facetious as possible.
After you knock the vase over.
You can also say something else. Something you thought was I just don't want you to be stuck. You just never know.
What, you want me to present the crime scene photo? You're not very good at this, you know. At least Fig gives
Okay,
me...
I'll give you another thing. It's in the sentence that she's literally saying.
Yeah. I know it's the guitar case.
I didn't want to say it.
At least Fig gives me vague hints and tries to lead me to the direction of the answer. He's like the Kyoko of my life, okay?
I can do that if you want. I was just trying to.
No, because you're probably bad at that.
No, I was literally doing it earlier. Yeah, it's in the picture.
Well, of course it's in the picture.
When I say in the picture, it's on him.
There's no way you were the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. For fuck's sake! Because only the fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
He's always wanted to say that, I feel like.
Ah. Oh, what is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? If I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time... Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of an award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. No, you weren't. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. If you're wearing gloves, isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yes. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah, even if you took your gloves off while you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Okay, that was funny. Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here, but it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. Oh my god, if she really is reading my mind, she would have just smacked me right upside the head with that one. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that, so the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please, recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case had some relation to the murder. You are so sure, right? Then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything to do with the murder. It held the suicide note. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? I don't know, let's see. Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Bright red guitar not being the only thing, you don't mean to suggest that bright black guitar, for fuck's sake, you guys! So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside that case at the time of the murder? And why would something like that be inside? On this one, Mr. Wright, why? Well, I just thought it might have been possible. Oh, okay. It wasn't the suicide note? I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that void where your brain is supposed to be? Can a foolishly fool get some foolish love? Or something? You think you can prove your theory? Can you prove the guitar was not empty at the time of the murder? I'm gonna sure as hell try. I know you want to say something. Yeah, you look like you really want to say something. A guitar. Yes. Well, I already did the suicide note. There's no way. Okay. Just tell me already. You look like you're suffering on the inside. What? Is it this? Okay. Ah. This is a photograph. Yes, but what's important is what's in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, it doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Or rely on Frank, because he has a guide open. And every time I get fumbled on something, he looks like he's dying of an aneurysm. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been in Mr. Mad on Guard's. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room, and inside the guitar case of all places? True, that is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. Well, I was gonna pick that anyway. I think it might have been stolen from Mr. On Guard. Stolen, but why would someone do such a thing? Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. God, you all are so stupid. And if so, he didn't have his costume, then Mr. On Guard would be forced to go naked. Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out for making a mockery of this court. Excuse me. Mr. Madongar did not take his costume off after the award ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct? Oh yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he?
Maybe you should run out naked, dumbass.
Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there was 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gaywater Hotel? Yes, that is what I am saying. And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spirit to the ceremony on purpose. Oh! But why? The victim, Mr. Kurita, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? I can, actually. Think carefully before you answer, and then and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Yeah, thanks. This is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... press conference. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special speech conference. Or press conference, sorry, a press conference. Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange is what Mr. On Guard himself said. He had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. But how can that be? The way I see it, that it can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. The victim? Yes. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was gonna throw shade at Matt. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference, but why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something, and by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt on Guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that is not a confession. That's public disclosure! Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me? Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. The person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. You. Juan had bet everything on the Jammin Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. On Guard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all. Protect Mr. On Guard? What about protecting Maya? Come on, guys. We have something more important going on here. I need to save Maya.
You don't even know who she is!
Ah! And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. Oh my god, it's so long! It's only been 2 hours, but it feels like 10! From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. What?
It's been 2 hours, but it feels like 10.
Yeah.
But then you complain about it being super long.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 2 hours, but it feels like 10. It feels super long. Oh my god. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Feck off, game. You're just gonna drag it out, make me kill Maya in the bad ending, and then I won't want to play game number 3, even though it's a bad ending. Did I get that right? No? Okay. Your face says everything, you know.
I know, I'm just saying.
This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything had swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Well, I'm gonna save. I don't need to, but I'm going to.
All I would say is,
Mm-mm.
no, this is just, you let me know, man.
Cool, thanks. I know that. You don't have to keep telling me. The moment I saw the crime, I knew that was the murderer. Would you say that was your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Irk. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things. 3 things. A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. If you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. May I continue now? Phoenix is a dumbass. How is he a lawyer? So would you say this need came from the press conference? Case is long, but definitely worth it. Yeah, so I've heard. Yes, do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt on guard. You knew this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Oncard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? He's told me himself. Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? Has Mr. Ongard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Corrida with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ongard, yet you still helped out. Person on trial right now is Mr. Ongard, right? With what the witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ongard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ongard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrew has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. Judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. She can read my mind, dude. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought, and during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja costume. You're talking about this button, correct? The button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Irk. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. I don't like the fact that Mia can read my mind. I want Maya back. Dad, I want Maya back. And how do you know that? Because Frank's sitting on the controller cable. Ugh. When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume are matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too, but why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Engard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Carita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Engard as much damage as she possibly could. The witness bears ill will toward the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. Please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Hi, Ma. Wishy-washy. Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. Pog? Okay. So it's this one, right? You look like you're dying over there. Yeah, this is why you can't look things up, because then you're all like, I know things you don't. Figgy, can I have a hint, please? Oh my god. That's a fucking hint, isn't it? Sorry, I need to pop this ear. Driving me nuts. Oh, I'm too dumb for this game. Yeah. You didn't put the vase back up? This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife was... Oh, she was sitting right there, but now she's gone. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. Ah, that's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We know that this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button? What is it? There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. There's no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. On Guard was set up by the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned this, or planned to frame Mr. On Guard is... Well, I have to do Andrews, right? I don't got Mr. D Killer in here. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? Order! Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then, what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he'd already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Tisk. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he'd already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. How many spare pieces of, or pairs of glasses does she have? The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which is you, yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? There's also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. Ooh. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? Could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. Miss Andrews. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, Well, don't cry. Come on. I can't stand girls crying. But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at that time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. Ah! To top it all off, there's this photo. Photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would have been much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. No. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I'm doing this for Maya. I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. You can't do that. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. Law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room, Adrian Andrews. Oh, I missed you, Von Einsburn. Yes, think hard about what we just discussed. Understood. Alright. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews not to testify if things look bad. Do a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? Sure, you've realized this already. Or as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Prove that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. The suicide note! Miss Andrews, Did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
Saying it like that makes you look a little bit.
But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. No! She's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial... No, we can't do tomorrow! We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... No, Your Honor. The life of my waifu is at stake here. Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Shut up, Edgeworth. You know. Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he? That's not it. This isn't about that. It's Maya, dude. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya. Ooh, now we're getting him on our side. But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... The boy! Yes! Yes, Edgeworth! It's not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It is true that Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whether she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think of how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
This America?
No, it's Japan, America.
Yeah, I get it, but First Amendment? Does that exist? Okay.
It's Japan, America.
Okay.
I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
He'd be friend.
Yes, good poem right there. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. Whew. Thank God Edgeworth understands. If it was Franziska, she would have just whipped me 15 times and said, no, your waifu is dead.
Yeah, it's not my goddamn problem.
A glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that was when I knocked the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Oh shit, go back. I didn't even press that. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you just wait a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Thanks, buddy. And then, what did you see next, witness? Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there, with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping, with a knife in his chest. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? What? I don't know, you were doing the... I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap, slumped over in a chair. Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. I don't know, that's kind of weird. You thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes, he always had a hard time waking up, so Juan has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see, and after that, what happened next? How did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over. I never got a response. The knife in his chest sure wasn't a dead giveaway, huh? So I set the glass down on the dresser, tried to take his balls. I was shocked and staggered backwards. and knocked the flower vase over, so that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? And Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Stop doing that. Four, five, or six. 4, 5, or 6. Is it the same evidence on either or? And it's what, the crime scene photo? Yeah, that's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say that.
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body? A knife sticking out of his chest? Ah! What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw the scene would have immediately thought that here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. Ah! And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! Sorry, Andrews. It's all for Maya. Looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews, try to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify, and your reason for not doing so is that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt on guard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Well, it wasn't her. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt on guard. Oh my god. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time. What? The reason is quite simple. Will you just let me have this? I want to save Maya. I'll choke you with that scarf.
Right answer?
Yeah, I have to get Matt a non-guilty verdict. The witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth. For fuck's sake, that's post-trial stuff. Why is Maya gonna die? She's been kidnapped, and if we don't get the guilty verdict, then the kidnapper's gonna kill her. I don't want her to die. She's my favorite character. Absolute real truth. What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? How you doing, Ismanir? How's it going today? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Einsburn. Huh? Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Einsburn. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ongard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging on to them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That's my only priority. Am I getting close? Oh my god. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me. Oh my god. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? The court can't continue on like this, therefore I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Can you not just tell them that you want Maya back? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying right over there, right? Come now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. What will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I want to request the not guilty, but I feel like the right thing to do is force her to testify. Nice hair, by the way. Look like you've got a nice mullet. Fuck!
What feels right?
Requesting not guilty! I want Maya free! It's a gamble. Do you feel gotcha pull of gambling? Oh no! Oh no!
Okay. What do you feel is right? Incriminating someone that isn't the killer or is the killer? Or and putting someone in jail on fault and someone who definitely didn't do it? Or definitely did do it? Or getting Maya?
Getting Maya. She's not testifying.
I'll tell you this. This does not have any decision on the end.
I know.
But, like,
She's not testifying,
this is
though.
judging your character, though.
I know, but she's not testifying. Ergo, everyone's like, oh, obviously she's guilty because she's not testifying. So if I request a not guilty verdict, it's justified, god damn it! I'm gonna force her to testify. I'm just saying that requesting...
Dude, do you...
Yeah, he might object,
Do you know
yeah.
how heavily hinted it is right now to pick that answer?
I know.
Edgeworth is literally screaming at you to just think about it, dumbass.
I know, but I don't want Maya to die! She hasn't eaten in 3 days! I need to get her a hamburger!
Taking the top one does not save Maya right away.
I know.
It doesn't even get anywhere near it. So.
I know. She just wants to pull her waifu. Exactly. I want to save my waifu from the jaws of death. No, I have to force Andrews to testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that, but I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Yeah, because Franziska was like, don't do it. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you're really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. On Guard will get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. And is this how you really want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. Sore wa chigayo. What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop! Please stop! Nope, we're ripping your trauma right open.
I love when he says this. When he's doing this, it describes it as it doesn't matter what the truth after some encouragement from Andrews finally agrees to tell him the truth of her private testimony.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. Ah! That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of this pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop, I beg you! People find out. If people find out, I'll... You'll what? Die? If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. God, Chadworth over here. God damn. Edgeworth, how could you be so cold?
Dude, he's trying to help you.
However, before you die, testify to the court. I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room, and then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience, and that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Oh ho ho, things have turned a turn. Stab the body with the knife? Well, why would you do that? Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... This is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
All I have to say is do what you usually do.
Just press everything? Well, I was gonna do that anyways.
I'm just making sure you don't decide to just change your mind at the last moment.
No, I usually don't press everything if they tell me not to, because one time they did do that. But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but the scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin the crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now, what a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and plant it in Mr. Onguard's hakama. Yes, that is what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway. If I'm willing to bet my spikes, it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for ya. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I could very well go out looking like myself. Oh, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Onguard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, what does this all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Onguard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done, that if I just kept quiet then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. Cross-examination of the witness is over, and so is today's trial. Oh my god, no! I'm gonna take a very, very long drink. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. I can't let it go. But, Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh man, poor Phoenix, dude. That's how I feel right now. Today's trial, it's over, and I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright, I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. It was on the table. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. Oh, it was on the floor. You found that card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me, but as it's a calling card, for fuck's sake! It really was D-Killer! As far as clues go, I don't see why. Witness, that card. Give it to me, hurry! Edgeworth, do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. It really was a calling card. We're fucked. Maya's fucked. Oh my god. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. Yeah, Maya's so fucked. He knows. Maya's so fucked. That card. What in the world is it? And what does it mean? It's a calling card, you numbskulls! Don't you to be continued me! We're finishing this shit! We're doing this today! I'm finishing this shit! We're saving Maya! For fuck's sake. It's a calling card, you numbskulls. Mystic Maya! It's the card from her daughter. The real killer is Whip Girl! No. Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. There. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. He won't because Mr. On Guard hasn't given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys, glad I caught you, pal. Mr. Scruffy Detective! Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. But we're kind of busy right now. So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that. What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. Say what? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. On Guard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. Yes, I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony, I wondered if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with this whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to... No, I mean almost need to frame Mr. On Guard. I couldn't figure that out. Anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se. It just feels like there's more to her than meets the eye. But that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. Franziska von Einsburn. Speaking of Miss von Einsburn, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Yeah, how's she doing? Miss von Einsburn was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol, pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Maybe we should go see her. Which one? What? Are you gonna go visit her? No. Well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her to, if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. No, I'm definitely not going. Let's see, the name of the hospital. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. I'm definitely not going. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Hi. Wait a second, you're... yes, I'm Director Hottie. Hmm?
That is the investigation.
I knew that. Yeah? Because Fake told me. Pain, I'm missing 6 Oni Kabuto to max ascend Ito. Oh, that's rough, dude. Why are you still here? Huh, yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes, Director Hottie. Oh my god, it's Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Hottie. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director Franziska. How is Franziska von Einsburn? To wait 2-3 days for respawn. Oof. You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Oh my god. Yes, and that surgery went well. You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes, I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret, like, she would scream really loud. Yes. I see. But she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. Ah! Oh, good, you're alright. Go back to your room.
Like they didn't change her sprite.
You're so mean, so mean, my frisky friska.
Thought that
Okay. Yeah, time for my AV drops. Yes. Hey. And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix, right? I knew I shouldn't have come here. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding. One has to wonder if he's simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. By taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Miss von Einsburn, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. On Guard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? Looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I have only one objective, to find On Guard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix, right? The end justifies the means. Miss von Einsburn, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then On Guard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she's now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. This still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. Wow, you're kind of mean. That you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over.
you would have been a badass if Edgeworth just caught the fucking thing before it hit.
So if you'll excuse me... What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. Hi. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... Ah, but she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. And that is why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. Don't ask why I started doing Yusuke's voice.
Doing his voice. Wait, is this guy?
No. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you.
Are you sure about that?
Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. Do you have any idea what you've stupidly yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You must absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly D. Killer. For fuck's sake! His name is Shelly D. Killer. And just as his name states, he's a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin. Oh. So who's this Shelly D. Killer? D. Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing. The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of their third heir to the D. Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Why would he do something like that? It's a calling card. We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty. If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. Also, it serves insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly D. Killer, huh? Yeah, let's tell him about Maya, please. I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea.
So we're just
Yeah,
like,
I see. I had no idea.
clicked.
Okay, so the shell the shell card appeared at the crime scene. He kidnapped Maya to get Matt a non-guilty verdict. So Matt was the one who hired D. Killer to kill Juan and kidnap Maya as insurance that he wouldn't get framed for it. that was my click. I was like, holy shit.
I really don't want to say yes to that, but damn, you hit that nail so far off the ass that it is honestly.
Matt is the hired probably then? Yeah, Matt did the hiring,
like,
yeah.
Contractor, because you hit that nail so fucking much.
I can be smart when I want to be.
Like, I felt the click. I was like, see, okay, when they were saying it, right, the shell, and he's a hitman, right? I was like, come on, you got this.
No, I got
You
it.
this.
I got it.
You
I got it.
this. Like, it's really obvious.
And Shelly Von Killy is the kidnapper. Yes, he is. Yeah, we knew that D Killer was the kidnapper. That's the only thing we were going on. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible, and I will resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Don't tell me.
I've already figured that stuff out. Or theorized a bit. When it comes down to the end, what do you choose?
Oh no. Oh no. It's gonna make me choose between Matt and D Killer, isn't it? Okay. Shelly
You'll
Von
see.
Killy.
You'll see.
Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Corrido was killed by Shelly D. Killer, and the client who ordered the job is Matt on guard. Fucking, come on!
Didn't know that was coming.
Come on! Your own client. I thought I was smart, and they just told me.
No, you are smart.
Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you'll need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly D. Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me. Go save her, Chadworth! You're the only one I can rely on! Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. On Guard hired an assassin? Yeah, he did. I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock. Yeah, I guess not. Maya, please, I'll ask as you make it home safe and sound and alive and I could use a pat on the back, please. Thank you.
You'll be okay.
Oh my god, we're seeing her again. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Well, it's good to know that she's not terrified of her situation. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me, and even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court.
Oh, I was trying to save your ass.
Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Oh, we're starting off from here. Okay, sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to go take a look around. Yes. Oh, what is this place? She can't read the room to save her life. She really can't. What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Okay, okay. Let's look at the picture first. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Isn't that... Yeah, that's Celeste Impacts. Hey, looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." For fuck's sake! I bet this could be a clue. What is this thing? An antenna, I guess? And this is a VCR. There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here, but what is an antenna doing here? Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Drat. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. God damn it, Maya.
What the fuck? This room is such a big ass TV.
Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Oh. Phooey, it's busted. I would so die a Happy Samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this.
Man,
Ack! I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Oh, Maya. Oh, you sweet child. That's weird. What's a figurine what's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. I don't know, let's take it apart and find out. There's a doggy door. Locked, of course, but there's a doggy door. It doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Ah! Ugh. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is. For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways, you mean? Dead man tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Oh, no, you don't! Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People die when they are killed. People are not always who they appear to be. Hello, how you doing, Flair? Nick! I'm coming for you, Maya. I'm coming for you. Oh my god! Ah! You're good? That's good. I'm suffering because I can't save Maya yet. Mr. Nick. Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearls? Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. On Guard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too. Okay. No, I don't want to examine. I want to move. I want to get the fuck out of here. Ahaha! You! I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Fucking serious? Aw, I have so many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer from the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt on guard. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it is. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Phone broke, so I have to log into my Twitch account on my Chromebook. Aw. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways away, down from the hotel, alright? I mean, fine. It's a cat. I'll feed him. This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
I don't want to say to just point out how much you just wanted to blow past this, just because if he didn't have a cat, you're like, fuck him, I don't care, I don't want to feed shit.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta remember, you get to go in his damn house.
Client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Of course we're gonna go check up on his cat. Alright now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake. You shall not pass! Oh god, she's here. Miss Oldbag. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gas, you spiky-haired pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Poo's heart. It's all your fault. You awakened the wild beast in this old bag. Ah! She collapsed. Ah, Miss Oldbag, keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets out and no air gets out. Oh, sorry. No air gets in and no air gets out. Then why do you keep putting it on? Huh. Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're gonna have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. Wait. Can I get to his house from here? Oh, I can. Alright. Done with work? Yes. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on a light. Oh my lord! Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shu, the kitty cat. Alright, yep, I'll discard you real quick. You want to hop in Star Squad?
Yeah, no, I don't have to help.
Yeah, now Frank doesn't have to help. Just hop into Star Squad, Figgy. Shu. Meow. Oh, kitty cat. Oh, it's a kitty cat. I guess this is Shu. Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shu.
Ah, he's so cute. Teehee.
Cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me.
Coincidence? I think not.
I want to sock this guy in the face. You have no idea. Oh, hi, Fig. I can't hear you.
Wait.
Oh, that actually might be on my end. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Alright, talk to me.
I
Oh
just-
my god, why is it going out there? I want it in my headset. What the fuck is wrong with you? Discord, not you.
I was gonna say, why you insult Fig like that?
Alright, there we go.
Does that mean Maya's here?
I don't know if Maya's
I
here.
don't actually know this.
Oh, okay, that's fixed.
Alright, there we go. Now it's fixed.
As for what is wrong with me, I don't know. Where do I start?
Not you. I was talking to Discord. Hey, it's Sussy MC Killer. Yeah.
She is here. Look at the door.
Oh, it's the cat door.
Scream, bro.
Oh my god. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers, actually. I'm Mr. On Guard's lawyer. The master's... Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Wow. No, you're fucking not. Nice to meet you.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer. Ooh. I'm a lawyer. Just wondering
You're
if
a
you wouldn't mind
blacksmith.
taking a look at this. I'm afraid I cannot offer up anything special about it. It's a lawyer's badge. Polite yet snotty with a touch of rude. He's a stereotypical butler, alright? Alright, let's talk to him. Shoo! You must know all sorts of things about Mr. On Guard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. But you are. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs.
She's wishing to take control.
The Megatama and the 9,000 Cyclops. No! He...
Question.
Yeah, how typically butler-like, as it were. Imagine this guy in HD.
Imagine your mom in HD.
Mr.
Pardon.
Doe, how long have you served this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. On Guard the kind to have a maid over a butler. It's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him, the master rather fancies Shoe. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. No! No! Nick! Why would you do that?
Why? Did I miss something?
Obviously, this man is not the butler. And that piece of paper confirmed he had no butler. Oh my god, I'm gonna kill him. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we'll probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished. What's happening? Fucking Phoenix is an idiot. A master of law, but there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me, I hate you. I hate you, Phoenix. I hate you, Phoenix. I hate you, Phoenix. Bust down the door, please. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. Bet it's for Mr. On Guard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoe. The door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. Oh my god.
Why can't you just look in the cat door?
Maya, please be on the other side and just yell. Just yell.
Relax, she's dead already.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Fig said,
He said relax, she's dead already.
Hey, it's
"Rather
me,
help
the
Well,
ghost of
good
dead
advice,
Maya,
yes.
and I'm here to say,
Here, I show
fuck
this,
you
this
all.
letter. Can you imagine, or can you examine the cat door, send the child through it? I tried. I really wanted to send the child through it. This
Yo.
old bag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of...
You hear that?
Veggie poo! Do I hear what?
That's the sound of Ghost Maya.
Oh my god. Ooh. Ugh, is that her perfume? Pheromone d'amour I smell? Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Tokiomi Edgeworth. Yours truly? Huh, that man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy said so, you understand? Just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad, I won't let you off the hook. Looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know nothing's gonna come out of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. Ow. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Ah, what now? One little thing before I forget. You can't go in on guard's room today. Why? Police main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating D Killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Mom's mashing that button really hard.
It's D killer.
It's D Killer. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about D Killer.
Who is
What
D
are-
killer?
What are you doing here, Lotta? Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Reckon course. An investigative photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? This hotel has just that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Reckivin. Photographers gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know. Hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I don't want to talk to you, but I guess I have to. I wanted to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta, you were loitering around this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stairs around. Or stars, sorry. I got an autograph, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. Security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about the note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about on guard shoving his manager lady onto Corrida? Yeah. Ah, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? I don't like Lotta. I don't like doing Lotta's voice because it changes every stream. Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull dooders. You should name one of your goats Lotta Hair.
Okay. Okay.
Hey, what's with ya? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Huh, hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Yeah, I wish we could force Lotta to shut up. My baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get my camera back. You want me to do what now? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I'll guarantee he'll give back. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Oh no. And you two there, little keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. Make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it right to me. Would you please just leave already?
What's wrong with Lorda? She's got a lot of heart.
And a lot of hair.
Ugh. Yeah, tell me that. Yikes.
Mr. Nick, what is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Oh, I'm scared. What? Oh. I hate evil ghosts. Wah! I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon? Oh my god. Excuse me. Watch who you're calling a demon, brat. Ah. Zoinks. It's the alien.
Rat-tat-tat-tat again. Oh no.
Mavis doesn't bury her shit.
Language, lady.
Fine. Mavis doesn't bury her poop.
That.
No, he told me language.
Oh my god.
Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. Talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. The fuck? She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business, so it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Kurita. He was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book. But I heard he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. On Guard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at all this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. I'm gonna Photoshop Monokuma into that pile of bears. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking of bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Wow, what a heartwarming story. Oh my god.
He barely won that fight.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out down by a river going, hey, you sure can fight. You too, bub. You too. Did all that really happen? It's all in his biography, bub. What a load of crock. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears.
Where was the bear saving him from getting killed?
I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. Ah ha 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 ha! What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime. Irk, that startled me. I thought I was gonna die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh, the transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? Seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news, so it would seem my present to you did no good. No, Mystic Maya! One more day, please. I ask for is one more day. I'm confused. Who died? Here. So this guy died. Juan Corrida.
Also
And
Maya.
and Maya has been kidnapped by this man, John Doe. John Doe. She's been kidnapped by this man, and he's threatening to kill her. And I don't want him to do that. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. Oh, thank God. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Then a little John Doe. What is with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Oh my God, he took that that antenna and he just unplugged it. Connect. Damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Hi, Mavis. Come here. Come here. Come here, Mavis. Come here. Come here. Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya. Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronics expert take a look at it. Sooner the better. I don't know any electronics experts. Or do I?
I can work electronics.
Oh, okay. Fig, you mind taking a look at this for me?
Yeah, sure. What is it?
It's a transceiver.
Oh. You see, that's your problem. You're using a transceiver in 2021.
Hello, does anyone here know how to work electronics? Wow, everyone looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass that victims list around. You gotta be kidding. There's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick, is Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Hey, where'd Dick go? Oh, there he is. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. Rich man's luxurious four-course meal, of course. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Aww, Mavis, you're being so cute. Oops, look like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding. And here I thought he had already whipped something up. Shouldn't have searched John Doe on Google. It sounded familiar, and I got curious. It was right that I was right that it was related to Roblox, though. Actually, John Doe is
No, it's not.
it's a
What?
name that you give someone that you don't want to reveal the real name for.
Actually, that's not it.
Oh, and what is it?
Well, I guess that too, but it's primarily used for people whose name you don't know. If you see a male dead body and you can't get an ID on who it is, you call it John Doe or
well.
Jane Doe.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, it also can be used to intentionally hide someone's name.
Yeah. The fuck?
Definitely not a Roblox thing.
Yeah. Mavis! Oh, butt scratches. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. The transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick. You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh, yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal. When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Ah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it fixed itself? That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe? Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference. So what is electromagnetic interference? Something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it like that. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
No, it doesn't. What?
Computer? I think this was way before our time. Well, not before our time, but like before now.
You know, I was way before our time or now, and that never happened.
Oh, okay. I've never seen that happen either, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Bread dough. She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something there that's sending out a very strong radio waves, pal. Something like, like a listening device or something. Ah, hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Kurita's room, the scene of the murder. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Oh, wait, Gumshoe. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should get going too, Mr. Nick. Alright, let's go.
Let's fucking go.
What the fuck did you guys just find out?
We found we think that there's a thing in his room. So we're going to his room. Hey, you're finally here, pal. It took me 2 minutes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Gonna get some bread, not toast. Alright. And suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors from the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Wow, so this is a bug sweeper? Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh, by who? Me, of course. Haha, seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It'll work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't see the sensitivity, so it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh ho 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 ho. Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? Getting that sinking feeling again. Back with bread? You mind sharing some? I love bread. Now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough looky, see? It's white bread. That's good enough. Just share some bread, dude. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the X button to lock onto it. Oh, I actually have to do this? Okay, there's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves, so let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious. Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Lamp, check. Listening device, nope. There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah, and they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful? Ah, yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. That's just a TV.
Nailed that pronunciation. No sarcasm.
Milan.
That wasn't sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Oh, what a lovely bear. Ah! Ah, this must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot? It's a real robot? Yeah, it's a real robot. I think that's a real robot.
I just thought about something.
Mr. Nick.
Yo,
Yes?
I don't know about you, but I think that's a real robot.
And the bear you saw on the couch from Maya, that's the that's why it's cut out.
Oh. How many horsepowers is it? How many horsies? Horsies. Well, look, it's a bear, so, thanks, Flair. I've been reading for, like, almost 4 hours straight. Ah, agua.
You doing your Aiden impression?
I am doing my Aiden impression.
He says that every time he takes a sip. I don't know why.
What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Nick? That's what it seems like. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating only vegetables isn't going to help you there. You have to eat meat, too.
Oh, this is so cute. She's better than Maya.
Certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why did you look troubled? I just can't imagine the listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just, sort of reminded me of something that happened a long time ago. Well, anyway, it looks like the listening device isn't in here.
What would it be in there?
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? Biggest one I've ever seen. Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device? I mean, no, not yet. But this bear's eye is... Let's see. A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Huh. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eyes out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oof. Rip. No!
This is what I call
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. A what-a-what-emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is this more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. Small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. How fucking dumb is Phoenix? Yo, he's a really stupid. Tape recorder with the tape is inside it somewhere else.
I never took gumshoes with this.
Somewhere else. The footage is changed into radio waves and then sent to that recorder. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you're right. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m., that was the time the awards ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. You still there, Fig?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So there was a camera in the bear's eyes.
Don't
Or
want to disturb
eye.
you while you're reading.
Nah, that's alright. Sus. I know it's very sus, Flare. So there was a camera in this bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? I know who we can. I know how. I know how. It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh. Is there really no way to find out? I got it.
Find out, you know.
Hmm?
I said find out, you know.
Find Oot, and we're gonna go find Oot. What?
You know.
Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? I'm going around. I'm going to go around to the electronic shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! He's gone. Yeah. Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Ack! Hey. By the power of plot device. You'll have to excuse me, I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see, thanks. Don't thank me yet, we still have to find her. Yes, we do. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, right? Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. You're just gonna carry the fucking bear, dude? I'm sure you have other things you have to do.
Over the shoulder, he's got this.
See you soon, right?
I've always just helped him out.
Wait. What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Carita? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Carita's real... Oh, real killer, Miss Andrews past. The kidnapper whose sole condition was an acquittal for Mr. On Guard. And the card. This card, yeah. Shelly D. Killer. My, all I have to do is get him a non-guilty verdict. Even if that means getting a guilty verdict for this piece of shit. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case.
Who are you calling a piece of shit?
The killer.
Oh, okay.
Who did you think I was calling a piece of shit?
No, I was just asking.
Oh, okay. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do now is find the truth. Alright. That was a lot of reading. I said I was gonna do all of this today, but I lied. Yeah, 4 hours of non-stop reading.
He's not even done the investigation.
No. Oh my god. Alright, we'll finish this up on Monday.
Oh, I don't know about that. Yeah, you should be able to actually.
Yeah. We're gonna try to finish this up on Monday. Mom, do you know if we're here next week or Dad's next week?
I think you're here next week.
All right, so next week I will be streaming. The week after,
Next week would be technically Christmas week.
yeah,
Christmas ends on it's on a Saturday, right?
yeah. So not next week, but the week after, I will be taking the entire week off of streaming because I won't have anything to stream at my dad's house. All my stuff is over here. I mean, I could probably bring over my Switch. I now have Stardew on my laptop. We won't be able. Thank you, Matt. And Fig. Thank you guys for getting me Stardew on my computer. I don't know if my dad's PlayStation could handle me downloading Ace Attorney because I already have like so much shit on there. So I don't know if I could do that.
I would just leave Ace Attorney for it. You could try Decadence.
I could do
Decadence
Decadence.
doesn't seem like that big of a.
Dude, take the fucking break. You deserve a break.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
for
gonna
Sunday.
I'm gonna take the break. And I'm going to do a lot of editing and get some videos up for you guys. That's what I'm gonna spend that week on. So not next week, but the week after, I will be getting some videos out for you guys. I'll be just doing editing the whole week and clearing up some room on my computer and stuff. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. I am so ready to get Maya back. I'm so ready.
Well, you're not getting her back, so.
I'm getting her back. Shut up. Shut up, Fig. Alright, and now for the next couple hours, I'm gonna go play Stardew with Fig. Probably, I don't know. Maybe. I kinda wanted to do some editing.
Do some editing, dude.
Fine, I'll
We can
I'll
play
do some
we can play
editing.
on the week.
God. Oh,
I wanna
you.
see. I wanna see part 2.
Yeah, fine. I'll get some editing done. I'll work on some stuff this weekend, get some editing done. Fun stuff. Hope you guys had a fun time. I always have a fun time with you guys. And we're gonna finish this trial. We're gonna do it. We're gonna finish this trial on Monday. I promise you. It's cool to lurk in your stream, Brewski. Oh my god! Wait a second. Hello? Rin, is that you? You go by a new name now, right? It me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Rin. Hi. Oh my goodness. How are you doing? Do you go by
Who's
a new
Ren?
name now? This is an old friend of mine from school. Hello.
Oh,
Hi. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Is it alright if I keep calling you Rin? If you want me to call you by your new name, then A. Use Eli, but when streaming I'm show you. Alright. I am I am VTuber. Ah, okay. Eli or Shoyo. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Go for it, B. Alright. Well, thank you for hanging out. It's nice to see you again. Rin is chill. Alright. Sounds good. Sounds good. Alright. Well, holy crap. I didn't know you were here. Well, thank you for hanging out. That's awesome. All right, well, I'm gonna get going. Gonna go work on some editing and maybe get Danganronpa 2 highlights out for you guys this weekend. That'll be fun. So fun. No more Stardew Valley. No more. I can't. I have an addiction. All right. Well, hey. I love it. All right, adios. See you guys on Monday for the final Ace 2 stream. And the title is true. If Maya dies, I will not be playing Ace 3.
Okay, whatever.
All right, I'll catch you guys on Monday. Have a good rest of your weekend and have a good rest of your days.
Bye,
See you guys
guys.
later. Bye bye.